Nice.
Feels old, man. I think that's only on your end. Oh wait, no, I can hear it. Later.
Good luck.
では、前に出ます。
Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay. Got one more thing to do here, and we should be good. He lives? Yes, I am alive. Sorry about that. I just... When it rains, it pours. Both figuratively and literally. Okay. Hello, chat. Oh, of course. Cameras. Go figure. Give me 1 second, chat. I did that. Okay. Like, I didn't touch that. Super sharp. All right. Hello. How's it going, guys? I thank you for the 41. Thank you to a couple people that followed while I was offline. Actually, one of you just followed, Velvic. Thank you for the follow. It's been a wild couple of days. And it's still gonna be wild for me here, so I'm gonna try to like get into this as fast as possible. But just to catch you guys up, as you guys know, I took Tuesday off. There was not a whole lot going on. It was like pretty much the day, you know, like the day before the end of the lotto there, and I was just like, yeah, there's nothing much happening. It'll be fine. I'll be back. Who cares, right? And I was like, something inside me is just like, hey, you know, probably should take that day off. And then, like, probably about 5 minutes after I would have normally started stream, I got a call, and it's like, oh, yep, grandmother passed away. So, y'all know I try to keep you in the loop on this as much as possible, but my grandmother was old. She was 98 years old. 98 years young, I guess you could say. She lived a long life. And honestly, the last like 10 years or so, she had been really struggling with like dementia and stuff. So it was one of those deals where, like I've told you guys, I got to see her fairly frequently. But even then, I think it was stressful for her to see me a lot of the time because she couldn't remember me. And that sucks. But like I didn't hold that against her, right? Like I still have a lot of fond memories of my grandmother. She was honestly an awesome grandmother by every account. Just always took care of us, always like would be willing to sit down, have a meal with us, or make us a meal. She was just a genuinely kind person from just about everything that I could ever see. Though she definitely had a like, I'm not gonna say like harsh streak in her, but a sort of like no nonsense streak where like she wouldn't put up with bullshit, and it's probably where I get it from. But like it's something I came to respect about her, and honestly, I love her. Like she was my grandmother. How could I not at that point? Especially for a grandmother such as her that, like I said, just was always a kind, loving woman towards the family. but I had tried to go visit with her last week. As you guys know, she was asleep even when I tried to. I had seen her fairly recently, but um basically when I tried to go see her, like I said, she was asleep, and my parents had said that like that's how she had been, but that the prior day she had woken up for a little bit. She was super lively, spry, active. Well, I mean, bedridden, but for how she could be in bed at the hospital. But then I guess like she kind of went to sleep, and she just kind of stayed that way. She stayed that way for like the next 2 days. They decided to move her into hospice, as I told you guys before, and she basically just never really woke up. So like my parents got to see her. They were pretty much the last ones that got to see her awake. Even my aunt, who she lived with, didn't get to see her. So it just was what it was. In that regard, like it sucks because people didn't get those moments to like talk to her before she passed. But at the same time, a little bit of solace in the fact that, for how old she had gone, that she got to move on to a better place. She's not in pain. She's not hurting. And she passed in her sleep. I think that's like, to a degree, that's all any of us can really hope for. I'm sure some people, obviously want to have like that nice talk with their loved ones before they go and everything. But I mean, I think a little bit all you can really hope for is to not pass in a painful way. So the fact that that she managed to live out the full duration of her life is amazing to me. And like I said, I always have good memories of her. The funeral is apparently not set for like 2 months still. I think my parents said they're looking at like July, because I guess like everybody in the family just can't do it. People have various commitments and stuff, and so they can't find a good time until July. But she's gonna be cremated, so it's not something that like it has to get done right away or anything like that. But they said, I guess because she died in hospice, I guess they have to have the coroner look it over and everything just to make sure it wasn't like foul play or something like that, which we don't expect in any way, shape, or form. There was a little bit of like how she even got in the hospital was weird, because she was apparently dehydrated and had basically been dehydrated for several days. So it was like one of those deals where it's like, what? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we let her get to that point, because she lived with my aunt and she had a nurse that came to check on her daily. So it's like, to me, that's kind of wild that it would get to such a point. I understand that it's like, oh, hey, when you get older, you don't maybe want to like drink and eat and stuff like that. But it's like, there's a point where you got to like say something and do something about it, right? Like, I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, like I said, I'll miss her. Anyways, that happened, and then as you guys know, then yesterday I was going to try to be live for you guys with all the new JP stuff that was coming out, and it was also the last day of the lotto, so I was like, oh, this is a big day. Air conditioning goes out. And it's still technically not fixed. Last I checked, it's down to about 76 degrees. The guy came by around 3 today, and he was at least like, hey, look, like I told him, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's because it was clogged. I was like, I changed the filter. It clearly was caked. And it's like, I just had forgotten to change it because everything that's been going on, it slipped my mind. Tax season into various other things. So it was what it was. But apparently my entire unit had frozen over. So I had to defrost it here for the past couple hours. And I turned the AC on about an hour ago, and thankfully it's beginning to cool. But like, oh my god, yeah, 76 it's not the worst. It's still hot in here, but I have all the like lights on me and everything, so just is what it is. But yeah, so we have a lot to go through. I have a video for Lilith to record for you guys. I have to talk to you guys about the Angry Mango buff. Class Score launched today, as well as the Bleached Earth quests on an A. The lotto is over. The lotto boxes are fixed. So there's a lot. And that's why I was just like, oh man. And actually had another video that I was supposed to get out for you guys today, but I literally got busy with all the air conditioning stuff. So I completely forgot about it. Sorry to hear it, Lucario. 1 million QP after doing all these upgrades. Yep. I mean, if you're already at 1 million and you've rolled out all of your boxes and everything, sit on the QP node. That's like literally, you guys have in Ordeal Call here several nodes to do. I've already done my storm pods, so I can't show you. But again, like some of these are pretty straightforward, pretty easy. Honestly, both this node and the QP node can both be like death procced. Okay, so I know how you guys like to DP nodes. Really good. Super efficient way to get through it, especially given all of the HP value in there. I don't actually. Oh, you should give it a try. You think it's worth to hold class score materials for this big something that they keep hinting at in the story? The way story is going to work is that you get Ordeal Call 1, 2, 3, and JP just had 4. There is a finale. We don't know what that is, but that is 2 years away. So do I think it's worth holding on to it until that point? No. No. Go ahead and use it. Abuse it. Right? Like, it's really just going to make your units stronger. They'll be stronger the next time a lotto rolls around. They'll be stronger the next time you have to do a challenge quest with them. Like, my advice, use it. We also do know that JP is giving out at least like one time you can switch your class score thing eventually. I don't know when, where, why, how that's going to be, but it will. So, and actually, again, we have the grand system coming up, so that's probably when it'll happen, but we'll see. But yeah, it's like, I'm going to say, go ahead and use it. Who cares? You'll be fine. And if you guys need help on that, it's like which class score to pick and stuff. I have a whole video on that explaining class score. I have a whole video talking about the nodes and like what the farming opportunities of them are, which ones to target. So both those videos should be super helpful to you. They'll probably make a lot more sense to you now too, as you guys get into all of this. Because I think like when I put those videos out, I tried to get them out ahead of time, but people are like, "Oh man, I'm overwhelmed. I don't understand what's going on." Now you guys should understand a little bit more. So you go watch that video now; it'll make a lot more sense. Moon Cancer rerun banners on Sunday also. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Super boss that'll show up. Highly recommend doing research and prepare for them. Yep. Honestly, they're not too bad. At least as long as you have a built-up account, which most people that have gotten through LB7 should. So, problem is farming these nodes with efficiency. They're not easy. Aha! Yes, that's true. They're not. And I tried telling people that it's. You guys are, as you guys can see, right? Like, they're all 90 plus nodes for now. We're going to be getting nodes that are also 90 star and 90 star. Have fun! Like, it just is what it is. At least the star ones are the ones that include that 5 times multiplier for taking the appropriate class. So like you have ways that you can get through it. And a 1-time triple star, yeah. The Great Pretender, thank you for the follow. It's not like you can do more of 3 today, so there's no point in 3 turning at IMO. I mean, 3 turning it is just simply getting through it quickly, right? I'm gonna say 3 turn it if you can, but if you can't, it's not the end of the world. So it's just a bunch of CQs? No. No. I mean, there are challenge fights. Again, as you guys can see, right? Like, I've actually done this one already. This is your free quest. These are your challenge fights. Okay, and ironically enough, it's a 90 plus compared to the plus plus. This is what it is. Oh, the tip of the iceberg. Yep. You guys will see. Literally, we're gonna have like 3 months of this. Then we get 3 months of a couple more nodes. Then 3 months of a couple more nodes. Then 3 months of a couple more nodes. And honestly, after that, like, it really does slow down. Screw the Merman CQ in particular. Oh yeah, that one. It was so hard for me even with Draco. Yeah, I gotta like focus on other stuff first, but I can definitely try to. When does store pod reset on an? That's a good question. I actually don't remember if it resets at like 8 p.m. here, or if it's like at server reset at 12. I don't actually remember. Is it here? Okay, sweet. Yeah, so we'll have more storm pods to do in like 20 minutes. Can you click the pods and see? No. All the stuff's complex, and according to JP, you can mess up. You cannot. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm gonna tell you this. Brandon on, thank you for the 66. Appreciate it, my dude. Chat, can we get some love for the 5.5 years out of Brandon on? Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, thank you to everybody that you know, wished me condolences and stuff like that. I appreciate all of you guys. It was nice to see the outpouring of support. Is my last grandparent. I've been through it a couple times before. I'm kind of used to it, and unfortunately for this one, she survived my other 3 grandparents by a good 10 years. Like, so we all knew it was coming. Plus, she had been going downhill for a while. Plus, like, this time seemed to be it. It was pretty bad. So, but like, it doesn't. To a degree, it makes it easier, but it's more like we've already kind of just resigned ourselves to the fact that this was going to happen. But it's still like we're gonna miss her. So. I dread opening up my lotto boxes. You're fine. Should be able to open them all. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'll get to the mailbox here in a second, but quickly, someone was talking about ClassCore again. Gonna plug the videos, guys. I have 2 videos out on this. I actually have 3. No one remembers the first one, but the first one I actually went the most in depth on, but it got way too long-winded, so that's why I reshot those videos. Okay, so by unlocking signs with ClassCore, you can grant yourself a variety of bonus effects to servants with each class. Okay, blah 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 blah. All right, chat. Here are your 7 base classes. Choosing any of them to enhance will enhance all units of that class. It's that simple. So it's like, do you have really good archers? Maybe choose the archer class score. Do you just want a one-size-fits-all solution for a lot of stuff? Maybe choose the berserkers. Do you want to enhance a lot of your like meta supports and stuff like that? Maybe go casters. It really doesn't matter. The thing you guys need to understand about this, and as we go look at, say, like the Saber class score here, okay, you can see. If you've ever done anything in Final Fantasy like the Sphere Grid, it basically works in the exact same way. Here are your unlockers, by the way. So those are the important things to denote. You're gonna get those from doing like challenges and stuff. But like you're just kind of moving along a progression. It's like a skill tree, okay? Like it goes all up and down and around and yada 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 yada. Okay. Like I'm just tracing the lines here so that chat can see them. And like you can choose however the heck you want to go. I can tell you, chat, as long as you're doing your daily login, you're spinning your storm pods, you're not letting them rot, you'll be fine. And I say this because, chat, if we go look at my JP, I don't have all my class score done, but I can show you what I do have done. Play the game and it's fine. Pikachu shock face, right? It's fine. I understand people need to hear that a little bit, so. Okay. Go look at my class score in JP. What do I have done? Well, behold, I have the Saber one entirely done. Well, not entirely. I technically need an unlocker there. There's a couple like tchotchke things I can pick up that I didn't bother to spend the dust on. But behold, chat, I'm not exactly light on dust, okay? I have a ton of it. I don't believe I've touched Archer. Haven't. Don't believe I've touched Rider. Haven't. Don't believe I've touched Caster. Haven't. Don't believe I've touched Assassin. Haven't. But Berserker, I've at least done some work in. Lancer, I've done some work in. Extra 2, haven't touched. Extra 1, completely done. Completely. Extra 1's actually my most complete one. Okay? So what I'm trying to show you guys here is what I actually don't have is the end unlockers, but I probably just between these materials, between the first and second tier unlocker and the Stardust, I have enough to do probably 1 to 2 more class scores. Okay? Not fully, but like get some stuff in on them. So that means I've done this one. I've done this one. I've done this one. I've done this one. And we're going to get a reset that allows to do 2 more. I could probably branch into, like, let's say, like, Archer and Extra 2. So it's like, are you going to regret it? I mean, maybe you're not going to be as thorough as I am, but no, I really don't think you will. I think you're going to have a good chunk of these already done. And I think you're going to be fine. Are the unlockers missable? As far as I know, no. I believe they're all from, like, campaigns and milestones. So it is what it is. But yeah, I really wouldn't worry too much about it. You really can't go wrong with it. And like I said, even if you somehow felt like you were, it sounds like JP's going to bail you out. So don't worry about it too much. You'll have the ability to like reshuffle and everything. Okay? Surprised you don't unlock the stuff you don't need keys for. It's expensive. It takes QP. It takes resources. So I could probably sit down and do it. I just don't. I am patient with it. If that makes any sense. All right, what do we got? 20 AP. Give me 1 second, chat. Did I not do his... Okay, weird.
Let's send us in. Yoink. Okay. Art command. Yeah, let me get that. Sorry about that, chat. Here is today's artwork. Also, I tweeted out my go live if you guys would help me out with that. Go give that some love. Popular consensus for a lot of class scoring. Like I said, I talked about it in the video. A lot of people like to go Berserker first. The thing you guys need to understand about class score is that class score definitely has like 10% NP damage up, but class score also has 10% like crit damage. Sorry, 10% all crit. Okay. And it also then has a ton more like card crit and card performance. Okay, that's not a good abbreviation. But the idea behind it is like class score is actually very carding centric. It does have a little bit that will improve the overall damage that you can do. But ultimately, why did I do that? Ultimately, it really is just going to boil down to actually like how much you see yourself using the units and in what situations. I feel like that's one of the big reasons why I wanted the extra one unlock so bad for ruler, is because rulers are very typically taken into challenge scenarios, and sometimes I farm with them as well. So I use every facet of a ruler a lot. They're not my most used class by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely have waifus in that class, and I definitely feel like I use them to a degree in like Grail fronts, challenge quests, you name it. So I'm going to get a lot of value out of that carding, out of that actual card performance. Shit. I didn't think about that. Yeah, so extra 1 and 2 are a lot of value. Here's the issue with that. They each split into 4 different classes. However, those classes are unlocked by Ordeal Call progression. So at the beginning, they are the 2 worst things to unlock. There's no value, right? You can't even unlock them yet. So it's like, basically at this point, it just makes a whole lot of sense to not really bother with it until, like, for instance, when you go like, okay, now I'm through like Ordeal Call 2 and I have like Avengers unlocked. Okay, some of you guys might have Avenger waifus, so that would then make a lot of sense for you guys to do it. As opposed to like early on, you might just find it's like, oh, I don't really actually have the value here. Oh, yeah, so mailbox issues. Okay, chat, here's how you want to handle your mailbox. Don't pull anything out you don't have to. That simple. Like, when we're talking about the milestones, okay? Like, if you don't need to redeem a milestone, don't. Unless it's a time limited milestone, but you'll see they have quote unquote redeem limits on them. Okay? That's a big thing to denote. Not what I wanted, but sure. I'm sitting on a ton of silver foes in the extra missions. Yeah. Now keep in mind, chat, you're going to have like let's say you're somebody that's going to roll summer. If you're going to roll both banners, chat, you have 7 new units coming at summer. That's 7 sets of foes you need. If you're going to roll the anniversary unit, that's another. If you're going to roll Medusa Saber, that's another. If you're going to roll the Ordeal Call 1 units, that's 3 more. Okay, so Summer is 7, Annie is 8, Medusa Saber is 9, and all of the Ordeal Call units, you're literally looking at 12 sets of foes. So you know what you need to do. Keep in mind, however, that you're going to obviously, like if you're someone like me where you have everybody foed already, you're going to have subsequent months where you can purchase foes, where they'll be part of an event. So you name it. Like, you can choose how long you want this to take or how much you want to like let a unit rot basically without having maxed out foes. Also, give us mana prisms, yeah. How do you get Torch of Polar Star? You're gonna do that, Jubei, by basically doing the like challenge fights that are available in the Bleached Earth like node area. They don't cost you storm pods to run, but you only have a one-time completion. So you're gonna basically have to wait until they give them to you from alternative means. I do believe you occasionally get some for Ordeal Call completion. I believe you get some for like basically subsequent missions that they release, and that's usually how it's going to work. Reverse QP hell should not be a thing. If it's a thing, then you're actually in a different hell. Because literally, reverse QP hell referred to the fact that when you were QP capped, you could not actually like do a run. Okay? So they got rid of that. So reverse QP hell is not actually a thing anymore, but a lot of people refer to it as just being capped now. And I'm going to tell you, if you're QP capped and you have nothing to spend it on, that's an efficiency issue in another part of your account. So that means that you haven't acquired resources that you need. It means you probably overground your boxes, yada, yada, yada. The blue torches are strictly gated behind mainly Ordeal Call chapter completion. Yeah. Yep. Nothing you can do about it. Like, the torches, you're just going to get them when you get them. And it is what it is. Any other questions, chat? I know there's a lot of like over the top stuff, but I'm happy to answer all of them. It's fine. Again, I will just keep plugging the video. Please, chat, go watch it. You'll understand a whole lot more if you watch the video, because I talk about all of the like, you know, mentality and stuff. I really wish FGO would give us Google account link. I'm hopeful that like this anniversary they unveil the like Aniplex NA site and we get like binding through that. If they don't, I will publicly call them out. Okay? And I want to be clear on that. I will 100% call out the developers if they still have not, after all of that time, given us a proper like way to purchase quartz outside of the Apple store and stuff, and haven't given us the ability to recover via that website, because they deserve to be called out at that point. JP has already had it already for over a year now. Well, almost a year now. Cad, which class score am I doing first on an A? I mean, again, we're through a lotto. We have plenty of time until the next one. You're very likely to probably get a class score done every like couple of months, I would say. So like probably get like 2 done before the next lotto. Depending on how you want to look at things. To me though, like lottos are the big like, hey, I maybe need improvements in my account by this time. I very rarely need anything like that for story. And I'm chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to like make Ordeal Call sound too easy. There are some difficult fights in it, but the vast majority of Ordeal Call is nothing harder than like LB3. And I really do mean it. I said it when we were done with Ordeal Call 4, and I really do mean it. Okay? You guys don't have to be super worried about it. And for people that are like, oh man, why isn't it getting harder? You know the reason why it's not getting harder. And for people that are like, oh hell yeah, it's not getting harder, it's like, yeah, you're probably the reason why it's not. The devs, I think, know that they have like issues with getting people to do story and getting them through it. So I think they've adopted the strategy of like, hey, let's stop making absolutely ball-bustingly hard fights because it's making people pissed off and afraid, and they don't want to do it. And I'm not saying this as like, oh, I'm pissed off or afraid. I'm saying this as I think the devs are seeing that in the general populace. It's like the excuses that people throw out for not doing story, they're trying to get rid of every possible excuse. No, LB4 is Arjuna Altar. Nothing will be more difficult than Chernunos. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I think there's still a strong argument to be made that Chernunos is the most difficult fight in the game. Also, there's always blue cubes, pretty much. Like, honestly, LB7 was the last time they pulled that shit, chat, and I told you they wouldn't do it again. I think they regret it. I think they know, like, narratively, they needed to, like, restrict things like the blue cubes and the command seals at times in LB7, but I think they freaking regret it because I think they know they have so many people stuck. And it just is what it is. Whee! All right, I can do 2. It gets us down to 38. As for what class score I'm going to do first, I don't know. I actually don't. I haven't thought about it in the slightest. I'll deal with it when I get to it. Like, it's not even an issue for me right now. The issue for me is like dealing with all the management hell that you guys have seen. I'm going into this chat with 100 slots full. Okay. Because the advice I gave you guys about not redeeming everything, I didn't do in my zealous vigor this morning. I literally like was like, oh, receive all. And like, man, I should not have done that. So I still have a bunch of stuff that I haven't gotten. But as you guys can see, like, so for instance, chat, behold, 27 days left to receive some of this stuff. And there's a reason that I kind of want to wait. Let me see if one of them will pop it. Oh, did none of these have it? Yeah. That's why I want to wait. That's not what I want going into my inventory right now. I gotta deal with Lotto first before I touch that. But 2 times suck. Oh, don't worry. Like, I'll get to it. I'm just not in a hurry, right? I also pulled out everything out of this that wasn't a foe. And I still pulled out some of the faux ones on accident earlier, but I actually hit 400. So chat, just for the record, I hit 400 on the mailbox and it deleted nothing. So what it did is it just didn't pull out all of the stuff from here. So I was like, thank God. I got pretty much everything except the QP. QP is ironically the one I have the easiest time dealing with, so it was not rough in that regard. 804, so let's Return to title, see if it gives me the storm pods. One is a 13-day expire. That's weird. But that's fine. I'll figure it out. I mean, I only have 6 days left to roll out the boxes, so. The boxes are what's concerning to me more. Ever make a new rare prism spinning guide? No, I just have the mana prism one right now. The rare prism one still largely holds true, but there's definitely some changes I would make to it as to the advice. So, but it's definitely on the to-do list. I have to get the Lilith video recorded today. I'd like to do Angry Mangoes, but I don't think I have footage for Angry Mangoes new buff. I might have to get on Avalon and see if he can get that, but I don't even know if he can get that because I don't know that Avalon has a advanced enough JP account. It be what it be. The monthly RP lores become more worth it. See, it's interesting. I'd say like we've gotten so many lores now that they're actually beginning to lose their value. But when I say lose their value, I'm like, I don't think it's lost completely. I think it's like they're just more plentiful than we ever realized they would be. So it's not too big of a deal, is what I would say. Okay, chat, I believe this answers the question. Storm pods do not reset at like evening reset. It's literally server reset at midnight. Okay. So I can't show you guys any of the storm pod nodes, which is unfortunate because I would really like to do some of the storm pod nodes because I'm sitting at 142 AP. What I can do is I can start to do some of the CQs, but I'd rather not. So let's get AP spent down. Like I'll get to the CQs chat, but I got to do the recordings first. Glad to see the unit, the community hyped over quick unit for once. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The community gets hyped over quick units all the time. It just has to be the quick unit that they desire. The truth, right? Like, there's really nothing more to it than that. What was I running in this node? I was definitely not running this in this node. That must just be the comp that's changed over time. Wait. Wait, that works. Why does that work? Gonna switch for other Scotty here. Although, wait, hold on. How close is Summer to Bond 10? Yeah, we'll use Summer. Oh, yeah, this is LB7. How dare I forget. Blew through my QP so fast it wasn't even funny. Yeah. Any gotcha today? Probably not. I just don't have the time. Okay. Let's do one of those. Arash. Yeetus Deletus. See, chat, this is how I do things. I set up a comp for something else, and then I go like, all right, I got to do this node. What do I want to do? Damn, I'm lazy. Let me not change the party. I probably should have taken somebody other than Castoria here, but like, behold, laziness. Let's multi-turn. Blah, 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 blah. Chicken tacos and Oreo milkshakes? Oh, what the heck? I want some of that. I found a peak Lartoria Dojin. Define peak. Because, like, I've learned not to trust people on stuff like that. Or your milkshake sounds divine, right? Makes I wish I had some cookies and cream ice cream. I have the raspberry sherbet still, but no, I sadly don't. I wish my area would get a Costco because my area can absolutely support it. They just don't, and I don't know why. I like how chat is outing themselves right now. Do I have a Bond 10? Do I not have a Bond 10 Angry Mango on JP? I believe I do. I've done the upgrade. I'd have to sit down and shoot the footage of it, and that's gonna take me a hot second. Like, chat, I know this is gonna sound wild. I definitely get the hour off of work that I wouldn't otherwise get, right? But I'm still very much in tax season as far as I'm concerned. Until I get this major return done, the deadline for which is on the 15th of this month, I am still in like tax season, all like hell breaking loose mode. Should I claim stuff from those new missions if I have QP capped? No. Probably not. I mean, like, you can see it'll rotate through what the rewards are. Whee! If you already did the upgrade, does it appear as a separate upgrade? Wait, I'm confused. What are you asking, JC? Do you do tax returns for viewers if we sent you the info? I feel like you've already asked me that question before, and the answer is no. I'm like Oreo milkshakes in your honor. I appreciate that, but I would much rather taste the Oreo milkshake. Being like telling me that you're making it just makes me hungry for it. Ah. But yeah, chat, it's also like it's been raining here. Finally, thank God. I like oh my God. But like I had to go check to make sure that the outer like unit for my HVAC wasn't frozen over still. And it was pouring at that point. I was just like, oh my God, if I don't go check it now though, it's gonna take forever. So I was like, whatever. I'll just go out in it. I don't care. I'm already like dirty anyways from stuff. So it's like basically a shower, okay? It poured the second I walked out the door. Like, poured. So I didn't take a shower. I took a bath. Have you finished rolling your boxes? I've only rolled 25. I've only rolled like 10. So no. If the quest allows for it, play, but like for instance, this one doesn't. It's interesting just how quickly I can get through a node. when I'm in a hurry now. Some chicken stroganoff? No, actually. I like chicken stroganoff sounds disgusting to me. Because me, an intellectual with Eastern European heritage, loves himself some beef stroganoff. Beef stroganoff is fantastic. Frozen Fire Neko, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, ironically enough, chat, on my grandmother who just passed from her lineage, I am Czechoslovakian and Hungarian. So I love me some paprikash. I love me some basically anything with paprika on it. But my grandmother used to take a nice thick slice of like I guess it was either Italian or French bread, and I'm not sure which. And she would lay some cheese slices on that. I believe it was like provolone, okay? Then she would put down beef stroganoff on it, then throw on a nice slice of a tomato on top, salt and pepper, and you would have an open face sandwich, and she would toast that in the oven. Oh, good. Oh, it's so good. I crave that now. Cat is hungry. I don't know why, but yes, I am. I had pizza for dinner, but maybe I didn't eat enough of it. I was full at the time. I'm hungry again. All right, let's back out of that. That's AP spent down. I had enough for my dailies there as well. Do you cook often, Cad? No, sadly. I used to cook a ton before I streamed, but streaming has made me not cook as much. God, I hope not, Lucario. Are you gonna make it for yourself someday? Probably. I don't think I've ever made beef stroganoff for myself before. Oh, it broke the capture card again. Chat, now I actually am hungry. Let me be right back. Okay. Yeah, chat. I highly recommend you guys turn your attention to Doge Cam. Highly recommend. Oh, Not zoomed in. Hold on. I actually just turned the lights back on. Oh, she rolled over. It was a rare shot of Sasha on her belly, like just completely belly up, but I think she rolled over as I walked by. Ugh. I feel baited. It's okay. I'm too busy rolling 400-ish boxes. Don't be. Stare at doges instead. They're cuter. My cat loves to lay on her back belly up. Nico does it all the time. It's rare that she does it, which tells me she was zonked out. I think it's because it's finally cool in the house. It's 75 now. So it's like 74 is what I consider room temperature. And I actually normally keep it on like 72 for them. Mm. 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 Okay, chat. Mr. Creamy, thank you for the 77. Chat, can we get some love? Let me pull open stuff. Oh, yeah, chat, I totally forgot. We had another thing today. You have a new Evocation Festival on JP. I think it's these three. Was knocking it too. I actually don't remember. Yeah, it's really good. Like, I'm actually surprised that they're doing this. Iori Satanta Da Vinci? Wait, wasn't Satanta in one of the older ones? No, we just had the rerun. You're right. That's what it was. Yeah, Da Vinci needed one for a long time. I kid you not, chat. She's actually like the biggest get here. I know everyone's going to be focused on Iori. This is by far and away one of the biggest like account enablers that you can get. If you're not like stacked on like meta supports and stuff. But yeah. There are only 3 welfares left. They all occurred last year. I think this is perfect. This is exactly how Evocation Festival should be. I mean, it's fine. They don't have to do Evocation Festivals all the time. A guesstimation on when extra classes are unlocked for class score? I think Alter Ego is class score 1, or Ordeal Call 1, sorry. Avenger and Pretender are Ordeal Call 2. Moon Cancer was Ordeal Call 3. Fielder and Ruler were Ordeal Call 4. What am I forgetting then, chat? Yeah, some of them are like from the big ones. Well, Pretender was from one of them. Right, yeah, Beast is still missing. FGO doesn't give us free characters? Yeah, sure. FGO doesn't give us free characters. Was the person telling you that, Char, a fan of any of the MiHoYo games that literally don't have anything under a 4-star? Just saying. I've already chat. I just want to say this. If you're a Fate fan, represent the fandom well. Just be kind. Be gentle. You don't even have to tell the people that they're wrong. Because just let the MiHoYo fans have their moment. Because they don't realize how big of an ass they're making of themselves. And I really do mean that. Like, I have seen the Fate fans clap back already a couple of times. But, like, everything that I keep seeing getting started, it's all getting started by the MiHoYo fans. All of it. All of it. So it's like, I'm sorry, just ignore them. They're stupid. Like, not every MiHoYo fan is that way, I'm sure, but it's like MiHoYo Twitter especially is really bad. Okay. Yeah. Let me explain this. HSR fans that are upset that Saber didn't get the OG outfit fall into two categories. Category number one. These are literally people that are just angry because they don't want to play FGO. Okay? So they wanted her original outfit so that they could be like, we have Saber in we have Saber in HSR, so we don't have to play your shitty game. Okay, that's literally how some of them are. Number two. That's it. It's those two categories. It's either people that are jilted ex-FGO players that don't want to touch it, or straight up like people that just weren't going to like it anyways. They want Fate without playing a Fate game. Yep. People think Ren was going to be in it. I wouldn't be surprised if Ren is, right? It is a UBW collab. It would make sense for Ren to be in that one of all of them, right? But Ren will probably be involved in the story and not be a summonable character, and that will piss them off. Yeah. Fate purists who play Star Rail? Nope, that's still category one. The people can argue all they want, JC, but that's still category one. I heard she was the free unit. No, Saber is the gacha unit. Archer is the free unit. Yeah. That'll probably be it, Lucario. It'll unlock Beast. It'll add her as a beast, probably too. Do you need more than one copy? Sorry, for what? Oh yeah, Excalibur's gonna be in the game there, isn't it? That's gonna be freaking hilarious. That's gonna be hilarious. I didn't even think about that. Oh, God, I'm glad I play FGO. Oh, right. Yeah, it's light cones. So, well, I don't know. Do they add a character specific light cone in HSR when they release a new unit? I feel like they do. I feel like I've heard that. Yeah. Okay. So it's just going to be Excalibur. That's all it's going to be. Anyways, let me refill drink and we'll get started recording, chat. There we go. Chat. I was talking with Tutu last night, and I kind of agree with her. I don't think it's Takeuchi that actually ended up doing I think Takeuchi did the concept art for that saber, but then I think the MiHoYo artist took that concept art and adapted it to their style. Yeah. Because it's way too much in their style to be Takeuchi's. Hello. I was just getting started to do Lilith. Fake guys probably just evaluated what they did for IP protocol. No, I'm willing to bet Nasu wrote the story. I'm willing to bet that. Yeah, it's probably one of the stipulations that he had. Chat. A little bit of Worcestershire sauce. Put it in a bowl. Briskets. I know it sounds plain as fuck, but sometimes it hits the spot. And when I need something savory after talking about beef stroganoff and Oreo milkshakes, it was pretty good. Ugh. So happy I have that now. Whee! I got a Japanese person angry at me on Twitter chat because I guess like my tweet, which also included like the letting you guys know about my grandmother. I tweeted out like all of her stages, right? And then I called her Lilith, and I guess this is considered a story spoiler on JP because I guess they have tried to like call her by a different name in Ordeal Call 4 and not really like make that obvious. But I'm like, I don't know, bro. I'm sorry. I don't really consider that spoiler. Like, the given name of a unit is not spoiler as far as I'm concerned. They use her name on the banner. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what to do about that. Like, I'm all for, like, protecting from spoilers, but, like, Archer of Inferno, yeah. Admittedly, we all call her Tomoe. Did you put it after her banner release? Yeah. Yeah, like, she was already released that day, so I was like, I don't know, man. I never really talk about anything before it's released. The only exception that I've ever made was Oberon, because Oberon was going to be the game's first 70% charger. So I made an exception. And I talked about like, hey, y'all need to like prepare for this because this is coming and it's going to change things dramatically for how we like farm and how things work. And then they not only came out with Koyanskaya before him, but then they also made Oberon's third skill like just a crazy modifier that completely even changed my perception of Oberon at that point. So it was like just insane. They hid her name in the Ordeal Call 4 live stream, but that was all. Yeah, and it's like I understand that they probably want to like make do with it in other ways, but it is what it is. So also, Avalon was this on down for Lilith. Yeah, the comparisons. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Holy shit, what did you do to me on that one image? You gave me 4 and 1. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm just trying to make sense of. Is what each one is. Okay, so you did 3 turn and then 1 shot. All right. Yeah, I see it now. What's left to right then? Okay, MP2, thank you. Oh. Pop my headset off my head. Yeah, this is just fucking stupid as well. Love me do. Mm-hmm. All right, let me look at one last thing, chat. Wait, what? Oh, right. Yeah. Dude, we need somebody. We need somebody in the game, chat. We need somebody in the game. That grants that niche. That puts that on an enemy. We need that. That would be disgusting. Disgusting. No, we don't, Brooke. Dude, like, I'm not even just saying it just for her, but like, there are units like Enkidu, right? There are units like Double X. Like, oh my god, if you have the ability to widen this niche, it's disgusting. Actually disgusting. Is there a reason to complete each free ordeal call quest at least once? To see what's in the node. I mean, like, if you don't really have any value for it, technically no, but it will always sit there as like a, you know, red number on your screen. Exactly, Avenger. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, Stro. Okay. I just needed to quickly glance at that. All right. All right, chat. Sorry, I'm a little bit late getting to this. As you guys know, my grandmother passed, and then the following night, my air conditioning went out. So I've had a fun couple of days. But now we can finally sit down and talk about Lilith. So Lilith is a really interesting unit from a couple of perspectives. I think if you're just looking at her for raw damage, she has really good scalability. And if you're looking at her for sort of like multiple use potential and setup potential, she's also going to be good in that. Lilith is going to be the game's newest 5-star single target quick berserker coming to us with the second banner of Ordeal Call 4. And needless to say, people are pretty excited about her, and you can easily see why. Not only just her designs looking amazing, but also just in general, Lilith being a very high octane unit. I think what we're beginning to see here is another arms race with regards to the Berserkers, a race that maybe we had thought was won by Castoria Berserker at this point, that she was kind of standing sort of leaps and bounds ahead of the other Berserkers and maybe even some of the other single targets just in general due to her scalability. Now you have Lilith entering the arena and being like, bet. So a little bit, she is going to be another unit here that's going to stand toe-to-toe with Zertoria and offer that high value level in terms of kit and performance. And that's something that I think is both exciting, but also maybe a little bit worrisome, as Castoria was already enough of a problem as is from a balance perspective. Now we have Lilith joining the ranks here and really just absolutely causing some mayhem. So let's go ahead and let's talk about her overall kit here. Okay, I forgot to put up the black screen behind me, chat, so there you go. I'll tell Case to edit this out. Anyways, so as we start to look at Lilith's proper kit, you can see she's got a whopping 12.7k attack. Now, Berserkers normally do have a pretty high attack value. This is definitely something that you would expect, but maybe not to this degree. This is definitely one of the higher attack powers in the entire game. It's a very, very good stat line for her. The downside is going to be her HP. She's anemic on the HP side. This is definitely a huge concern for a 5-star Berserker. This is a very, very low number, and it is troubling. But, you know, this is kind of par for the course whenever we see a high offensive unit. Now, Lilith is going to be an Earth attribute unit. She's only going to have 10-star absorption and 5-star generation. We kind of expect this. It's a Berserker. You're usually not going to be trafficking too much in the star department in that regard, but there's definitely stuff that you can do to help that out. Her NP charge attack rate's actually probably the biggest concern here. It's only 0.4%, and this is actually going to be one of the biggest things that keeps Lilith in check and holds her back. You see, a little bit, if the devs had actually allowed this number to flourish a little bit more, Lilith would be terrifying. Lilith would actually just probably be the game's best Berserker bar none at that point, and there really wouldn't be too much of a comparison. So this is going to be one of the main things that actually does kind of limit her capability, and we'll talk about that as we go through, but it's not like she's a lost cause by any stretch of the imagination due to this. She has the 0.5% MP charge defense that Berserkers like to have. Her death rate is 37.3%, so be careful if you're taking her into a death-prone fight. Her alignment is Chaotic Evil. She is a female-gendered unit that has the basic traits of animal characteristics, demon, demonic beast, divine spirit, divinity, goddess servant, humanoid, immune to pigify, non-hominide servant, 7-night servant, and weak to enemy elish. Needless to say, this girl has everything, so she's actually going to be really easy to kill if you ever have to go up against her. You will very easily be able to exploit several niches against her, including her all too common chaotic evil alignment here that allows people to really be able to exploit that for more damage. So she's definitely going to be a unit that when you're facing her, you'll probably have an easy laundry list of units to be able to use. But if you yourself are using her, you're going to have to watch out and make sure that you keep her protected, again, due to that rather anemic HP. Looking at the deck, she's definitely a departure from what we would consider a conventional Berserker deck. Usually Berserkers are very Buster oriented. They typically have a triple Buster deck, maybe double Buster, double Arts, you name it. Definitely an interesting thing in that regard. But as we see this, she's single Buster, double Arts, double quick. And she actually has really high hit counts on both her quick and her arts cards. And that is going to help the lower NP gain rate here a little bit. So the offset to that standard NP gain rate being so low is that they gave the hit counts a little bit of oomph on the cards to help out the performance there. So she will have decent card performance, but your issue is going to be her NP performance is going to be what will end up suffering a little bit. Now, as we look at the hit counts of the Buster and the extra attack, though, there's nothing bad about them. They're just average, so they're going to be serviceable, but again, nothing too much to write home about in that regard, unless you enhance them more. Looking at Lilith's active skills now, her first one is pretty interesting, as it's going to have a chance to charm one enemy for one turn, 150%. So this is enough that this should override just about every form of magic resistance in the game, but there's naturally going to be some units that are just going to be immune or have some sort of debuff immunity on them, so just watch out for that sort of thing. But as long as you can land the charm here, it's actually going to be super important to her, because very similar to, like, say, Summer Kama, you're going to have a capability to have super effective damage on your NP if you have charm on the enemy. That also means putting on any sort of command code that can confer charm, or anybody else even in the party that can give charm to an enemy, will actually benefit her very much. She's going to also then from there reduce their critical damage resistance down for 3 turns. So this means that she is going to get even more crit potential out of this and crit damage. Definitely a nice thing there with the 50% reduction. And she will also gain critical stars here basically for 30. So obviously the star absorption is going to be pretty low on her, so the 30 star bomb is nice. This is going to make you want to use her alongside someone like, say, Summer Scotty, that can produce stars on demand for a quick unit. Therefore, you can kind of just overwhelm and flood the party to make sure that she gets enough that she needs. All of this on a 6-turn cooldown. Her second skill here grants quick and arts performance for 3 turns. Just standard double steroid here. So this is where having the double arts cards and double quick cards is going to help things out, because this means that basically 80% of her deck will be covered by this singular steroid. And it's 30% for each of them at the maximum rank, which is certainly nice. But this is also going to be where her all too important survivability will come in. She actually does get a 2 attack evasion here over 3 turns for basically being attached to the steroid. So there's a little bit of a conundrum of, do I pop it for survivability? Do I pop it for when I need it for damage? The good news is, because of the multi-turn duration, it's going to be pretty easy. You could probably just pop it for damage and hope for the best. But definitely pay attention to your surroundings and make sure that you're not about to get nuked by the enemy, maybe like a turn after it would expire or something like that. So definitely an interesting skill here, and this is going to be something that will help keep her alive. Her third skill is Ignore Invincibility for 3 turns. I'm going to be honest, I actually feel like this part is a little bit overkill. They already gave her just about everything that she would need to function at a high value. Giving her Ignore Invincibility means you don't even have to take an Ignore Invincibility CE either. So it's just kind of getting rid of one of the few things she might need, or that somebody else might be able to outscale her at. So this is an interesting thing nonetheless, but I'm sure it's welcomed people that like her here and really want to use her. So it's also going to increase her attack for 3 turns by 30% at maximum value. So again, nice steroid, basically paired here with the ability to invuln and pierce. So you're not going to really be able to stop Lilith too easily. And then she's also going to have a 50% charge skill here. Definitely welcome. This will allow her to function from 0 in a one-shot scenario easily. This will allow her to work pretty well into multiple damage dealer setups. And this can work in a scenario in which maybe you charge her and have her NP confer its traits to an enemy to set up somebody else as well. Though, frankly, with the amount of damage that Lilith does, you probably won't be doing that too often, because you'll just be using Lilith at that point. She has a 500% chance, though, to reduce her own mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. This is going to be one of the ways that you can stop her, and that's sleep, charm, skill seal, basically terror, anything like that. That sort of stuff will really, really mess with Lilith. So make sure if you're taking Lilith and you're using her here that you have some sort of way of trying to maybe offset any of these effects that would be going on to your unit, rather than, like, again, say managing to debuff Immunit or something like that and then get off scot-free. That's what you're going to hope for, but certainly you're going to have to be worried about enemy applications on yourself. Taking a look at Lilith's passive skills here now, you guys can see she has Madness Enhancement EX. It's 12% Buster Performance. It's really interesting now. We see Madness Enhancement EX not on the actual Buster Berserkers too often, but instead on the actual, like, units that are way more like non-Buster centric. So basically certain Berserker units that end up having Madness Enhancement usually have a tendency to not be Buster themselves, because I think they know giving the Madness Enhancement EX is just really strong. Not only is that going to impact the NP if they're a Buster unit, but it's also going to impact the carding. In Lilith's case, this just impacts her singular Buster card. Be great for Mighty Chains and stuff like that, or again, when you just really need some high octane power, particularly if you're running Summer Scotty there alongside of her. But only having the one Buster card is going to be a downside for something like this. She also is going to have Divinity B. This is just going to add 175 flat damage to her attacks. So it's nice. It's easy, but nothing too much to write home about. And then she gets a unique one here, Hatred C. This increases her own damage against living human enemies by 10%. So it is just a flat 10% modifier right there. Just basically a power mod coming in against anybody that is living human. Now, obviously, that's not a huge niche of people, but certainly if you can take advantage of it, it's just extra damage that she is going to be able to do. And it's definitely an interesting one to include, given how high octane her kit kind of already was. Taking a look at her append skills here, obviously you guys know the normal gist of things. Something like mana loading could certainly be really, really nice with her, but keep in mind a lot of quick units have a tendency to function really well with block 50 charges. She herself has 50% charge, so mana loading might lose a little bit of value depending on the scenarios that you're running her in, especially since Scotty herself usually has 50% charge to confer. She does have an anti-ruler critical attack chance resistance. To me, again, Berserkers having the third append, you just almost never want to go for it. It's usually not going to be that worth it. You'd have to specifically be taking her against rulers a bunch and getting into knockdown, drag-out situations, which frankly is not where Lilith wants to live. She really wants to be in a scenario in which she can one-shot people or very quickly dispose of them with multiple MPs. Not necessarily in a scenario where you're going to have to sit down and survive, because you might just get carded out. You might get killed pretty easily, because again, Quick is not necessarily known for its survivability as a system. Though there's definitely stuff you can do for that in order to help keep her alive. But still, I digress. I'm going to say the third append here, really not worth your time for the majority of things. The fourth append, on the meantime, is going to grant you critical damage up. So definitely some value there. And skill reloading, if you do happen to find yourself in those longer form scenarios and you like using Lilith a lot, that's where something like this is really going to come in. You do have the makings for the capability to get quick units down in terms of their cooldown faster, but usually it's not a like actual support comp like you would have, say, with a Tamamo or a Koyanskaya type setup. So it's up to you if you want to go after this. To me, none of her appends really truly speak to me that much, other than maybe the extra attack or the special attack finesse, but up to you guys to decide. I think the choice is yours. Her Noble Phantasm is where things definitely get interesting for her. She has a 9-hit single target quick NP. And now that might sound like that's a ton of hits on the NP, but keep in mind she has a naturally low NP gain rate, and she really only has the 30% quick up to help this. She doesn't have NP gain. She doesn't really have anything else, so she's just going to have that 50% charge to help bail her out in the scenario that her NP doesn't generate that much. But as you guys can see from here, she has two niches, both lawful and good alignment, an extra 30% power mod for each. These can double stack, so you can definitely basically overlap them and get even more damage. But it's also, because it's a power mod and not super effective, this will impact carding damage after the NP as well, since it has the 1 turn duration. From here, she'll deal damage to that one enemy. Then she will inflict them with poison and curse for 1,000 damage for 3 turns each. And from there, decrease their defense by 20% for 3 turns. The subsequent NPs and carding against that enemy will definitely go harder. But interestingly enough here, she also then inflicts them with chaotic alignment and evil alignment. Just to be clear here, this basically puts the alignment on them. So regardless of whatever alignment they were before, they now also have this one in addition. Again, to understand that, this means this does not change the enemy's alignment. It adds another alignment to them, which is really peculiar because it does allow you the capability of exploiting this. This is why I said maybe utilizing her as a setup person for someone like, say, in the case of Chaotic, ironically enough, Zerctoria, or you could set up, say, in the case of Evil, someone like Estrella to be able to pop off against any of those enemies after the fact. So it is a really, really interesting thing in that regard, that it actually can be used to set up another unit rather than just naturally for herself. But like I said, this is going to be probably a rare thing. I think you're going to see most people use it just for the damage output. But we can't talk about Lilith's MP without talking about her overcharge effect. As you guys can see, she deals extra damage to enemies that are charm status, an additional 150% modifier. This is a super effective modifier. What that means is that this is going to deal basically extra damage on the Noble Phantasm. And that damage type, that category, is multiplicative with every other form of modifier that she could be buffed with. Super effective modifiers stand alone in the fact that they only impact the NP, and thus they are multiplicative with every other source of damage up that you could provide. So it's really, really a good thing for her here, especially given the fact that she can basically make an enemy have this actual super effective status for her. So the ability to charm debuff an enemy within her own kit and it having a high percentage chance of succeeding is really, really strong. And like we mentioned earlier, there are other ways that you guys can do things to set it up to make sure that she still gets this. Now, talking about her here, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't mention at least the possibilities for her craft essences. Now, obviously, due to the fact she has Invul and Pierce, we don't need to take a craft essence for something like that. To me, Black Grail is going to be how you're going to get the most one-shot damage out of her. There are other alternatives to it if you don't have it at MLB, including now the 5-star Berserker specific form that will work on Lilith. So definitely, if you have that one MLB, it can be a decent substitute. But it is still the strongest one of its category, so anything like it obviously can be used, but Black Grail is going to be how you're going to be able to achieve the maximum amount of NP damage up. Knights of Marines is going to be another decent one if you want to be able to loop her for multiple turns. Again, this one can also be used for something like a multiple damage dealer setup. You try to maybe use a 50% CE in something like that, but hey, the choice is yours. And maybe in pairing with this, something like the mana loading would go a lot better. So again, it's up to you to determine how you wish to use her and set her up. But these were the two craft essence that I felt like really did a good job for someone like her. Now, let's go ahead and let's talk about Lilith's actual charge scenarios and numbers here. So basically, on screen, you can see we have her actual refund depicted, but we also have a proper 3-turn setup for her. Now, this is going to use a 60% CE. Knights of Marines was our recommendation, but technically any other CE here could work. Also, her maxed out mana loading append. Who we're going to be pairing alongside with her is going to be Double Summer Scotty and Oberon. And we're actually going to start with one of the Oberons in the party turn 1 rather than both the Scotties. So naturally, you're going to do one of the Scotties buffs. You're basically going to have her at 80%. So you're going to go ahead and pop her own steroid, but make sure you don't pop the third skill. From there, we're going to go ahead and use Oberon's first skill. That's going to be 20% to bring him up to full, or bring her up to full. And then that should be enough to fire off the first MP with only one of the Scotty's buffs. From there, go ahead. You'll refund only like 6%, 7% there. It's not going to be a whole lot. That's going to be the biggest issue with someone like Lilith. So now in turn 2 here, we're going to need Lilith's third skill. This is going to be her 30% attack up and 50% charge, as well as the first Scotty's 50% charge. You're going to rotate that Scotty with the plug suit, bring in the other Summer Scotty, and then have her pop all of her buffs on them, just saving her charge for later. That should be enough to bring her up to full. Go ahead and fire off the NP, and this time she will refund about 9% if you're lucky. Any amount of overkill hits should help that out, but that should be at least enough for 10% charge. Still, it's not going to matter too much in this scenario. We're basically going to go ahead and use the remaining Oberon buffs and the remaining Scotty charge to bring Lilith up to full, and then allow her to NP one final time in order to complete the 3-turn loop with Lilith. Now, talking about those refund scenarios, as we mentioned before, you guys can see on screen here, this is basically going to be her actual refund numbers here. We have different setups here, all of them really here with Double Summer Scotty, but we have an all class, a assassin class, and a berserker class, because that's essentially the order of like refund importance here that you're going to see. So in the case of like all classes, aka like your knight classes that just have 1.0 modifiers and such, you're going to see here it's basically going to take 3 out of 8 overkill hits to get an even 10% pretty much. But I'm going to tell you at like maybe 1 to 2 overkill hits, you might be able to like squeeze in, depending on what other modifiers you have, enough for 10% refund. The issue at play here is, again, Scotty's system really doesn't like anything other than like 50% charge increments and stuff. So you can see this is the issue that actually does hold Lilith back. Her refund is, objectively speaking, crap. And that is basically the one way in which the devs actually hamstrung her. Otherwise, she's off to the races, as we'll talk about damage here in a minute. Things do get slightly worse here for the Assassin and Berserker amounts, but it really doesn't matter too much, because already this is such a low amount that it's almost like unreliable in that regard. So it's definitely something to keep in mind, but I wouldn't necessarily rely too much on Lilith's refund. Taking a look at Lilith's self-damage numbers now, this is not including anything externally for, like, say, support units, mystic codes, craft essences, you name it. This is just her under her own power in a neutral damage scenario, of which, as Berserker, Lilith is basically never neutral, maybe against a shielder, right? Which is interesting, because even in that scenario, she would have a little bit more damage. But taking a look at this, you guys can see her self-damage numbers are actually pretty darn decent here. And then basically the ability to stack her her power mods here on her NP, 30% each. It's definitely adding up in terms of the numbers. But what actually makes the bigger change here is the super effective charm modifier. So having the synergy to be able to multiply here with super effective and a power mod or two really opens things up for Lilith and really makes the damage just skyrocket for her. Again, this is just under her own power, so these numbers are actually pretty darn impressive. She also does have the Living Humans modifier. It adds an additional flat 10%, basically, as we mentioned before. So just kind of taking a look at the bottom numbers here, you guys can see it's going to jump them a little bit more. Just don't rely on Living Human too often, because it's not a super common niche. Now, taking a look at her actual damage numbers in relation to her in an actual comp, we have a ton of scenarios here. But basically, the way this image is going to work is, as you guys can see, we have the left side over here indicating NP1 and the right side indicating NP2. The left side here with NP1 is what we're primarily going to look at. But you guys can see we have basically 3-turn environment scenarios here on top, and then one-shot numbers on bottom. So taking a look right here at the beginning, we have double Summer Scotty and Oberon with a level 100 Knights of Marines and a Neo Plug suit. This is going to put her at about 400k at NP1 by Wave 3 with the Oberon spike. Honestly, Wave 1 and Wave 2 are actually pretty respectable. They don't just fall off the grid or anything like that with some units. And it's definitely interesting to see that the power mods are obviously going to have the same effect. They're going to keep increasing the numbers for her, as well as the super effective and combination of the power mods. So definitely, I really like Lilith's damage capacity and scalability in terms of what she can do. The living human enemy one, again, same deal, just adding 10% across the board. But as you guys can see, she's just going to keep getting stronger as things go on in that regard. Looking at Lilith here now with one-shot numbers, you guys can see we actually have one-turn damage at about 700k without anything else coming into play. Starting to add in the power mods makes things strong. The super effective, you're already knocking on the door to 1 million right there. And quite literally, you've got pretty insane scalability here just at NP1 damage numbers in the right team setup against the right enemy. So I really think that she has some insane damage potential due to the capability of basically using her with Black Grail here. Same thing, living human numbers are going to get even stronger. And then obviously NP2 numbers, things just skyrocket even more. As you guys know, getting that second copy really going to extend the reach that a unit can kind of have with their damage capacity. So I really do think Lilith has some insane potential. But how does she stack up against some of her competition? Well, one of the big ones that we can definitely look at is somebody that recently got a buff of her own, and that's going to be Melt. Now, remember, Melt, like Lilith in a lot of scenarios, is only going to have a 1.5 times modifier, and that's the other takeaway there. Those Lilith numbers were neutral. So considering that sort of thing, you start to see some pretty insane capability. But even with someone like Melt here, Melt was already ridiculously strong. Even her one-shot damage isn't going to be as strong as someone like Lilith with those power modifiers. So you guys can see just why everybody's kind of buzzing about Lilith at this point. It's obvious that not only do they like her from a character perspective, but damage capacity, it is pretty insane capability. Now, the elephant in the room that we already mentioned at the beginning of the recording here is going to be Summer Castoria, aka Castoria Berserker, or Zerktoria, as I like to call her. She is definitely been somebody that when she releases is just insane damage capability. And actually, kind of pound for pound, she does at least have the capability of out kind of shining Lilith depending on the scenario at play. They actually do have some interesting sort of synergy together, as we mentioned before, because Lilith can actually confer chaotic to an enemy, and Summer Castoria can exploit chaotic against an enemy. So there is some interesting capability to use them both at the same time, but they're both two single target berserkers. Summer Castoria here is basically going to be arts to her quick. So depending on the type of carding you want to use or go for, it's up to you to decide which one of these ends up remaining better. But I do think they're actually pretty much in parity, with maybe a little bit of extra damage favoring Summer Castoria. But naturally, I think the super effective modifier is going to be a lot harder to pull off on someone like Castoria. She requires threat to humanity. It's not a super common niche, as opposed to Lilith having easy access to charm, being able to put that on just about anybody unless they're immune. So Lilith is going to have probably more frequent high-end scalability compared to Summer Castoria. It's still really just going to come down to what the enemies have, which sort of like modifiers you can use against them, and that's going to really determine who's going to do the most damage in those scenarios. But yes, it is pretty interesting to see that there's a slight damage edge to Castoria, but Lilith will probably be able to hit her niches a little bit more than Castoria. Next up here, we have Draco for the damage comparison, and in a very similar thing here, you guys know Draco has not only the 7 Knights class like modifier, but also the Servant modifier there going on. And you can see Draco actually still really holding her own in terms of damage capability. I'm sure a lot of people would have thought like, oh my god, no, like base damage, surely Draco falls way behind. No, Draco's still a pretty cracked unit, despite what people like to say about her nowadays. And interestingly enough, she does still have her uses pretty much as long as you're not fighting that extra class type enemy. So that's really going to be Draco's wheelhouse. And to a degree, there's a lot of overlap there with Berserkers. It's not going to cover the extra classes like Berserkers might, but it is going to have a lot of capability to at least cover the 7 Knight classes like her niche kind of implies. So in that regard, Draco's still a very, very capable and comparable unit here. You can see she's also going to have the advantage of Black Grail. So that's what's really kind of keeping her in the mix. If Lilith had the ability to 3-turn with Black Grail, things would get really disgusting in a hurry. So like I said, it's pretty much the one thing that held Lilith back. And as you look at Draco's one-shot damage potential, not quite the same ability to scale as high, but again, a similar scenario to Lilith in the fact that she should be able to exploit her super effective modifier pretty easily on a lot of people. So similar kind of deal, just not as much scalability. And another interesting one here to compare to is going to be Kentoki. Kentoki definitely, at least in terms of raw power, also holding his own here. He does have the capability to tap into the man niche thanks to Koyanskaya, but doesn't really have any niches to call his own. So at this point, I hate to say it, Kentoki's kind of left behind by a lot of the stuff, and it's really going to require him having multiple MP levels to outshine some of these newer Berserkers. I feel bad for my bros out there, the Golden Bros, that basically, like, again, Kentoki still got quite a bit of punch in his kit, but the issue at play here is that he just fails in the scalability department compared to some of the other ones. So to me, in a weird way, I think we can almost see another buff for Kentoki at some point in the future. And ironically enough, with as much buffs as MHXA has had, her raw damage is where she actually suffers the most. She falls significantly behind the other options that we've displayed here. What she does have, though, is the good niche, which is fairly common, and the saber niche, and the ability to stack both. So she does have quite a bit of scalability, but she doesn't have any charge, and a lot of what's really holding her back is the fact that she's going to be sitting here using a K-scope to the Black Grail and even, like, say, Knights and Marines that Lilith can use. So she's not getting any extra firepower out of something like this, and it's definitely something that she needs in order to be able to 3-turn. So to me, one of the best ways that could actually help MHXA, ironically enough at this point, would be to give her charge. So we'll just have to see what they do. Her one-shot damage, though, definitely showing that damage potential here, as it's pretty damn insane. Arguably the most insane out of all the units here at NP1, just due to the fact that, yeah, you suddenly give a unit that had to use K-scope and was balanced around at Black Grail, and that unit starts to pop off. So it is what it is. But yes, MHXA has definitely come a long way in that regard. So, how do you guys feel about Lilith? Will you guys be rolling for her? Will this maybe change your opinion on Zerktoria in the future on NA? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Let me know what you think about her in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Check me out live on Twitch and YouTube, obviously, and I will see you guys for the next one. Later. Okay. There you go, chat. I am skipping Zerktoria on NA for Lilith in 2 years. Interesting. I, on the other hand, will not, and will show you my Zerktoria this entire time. Like, I'll say this, right? I totally understand why people want Lilith. I think there's room for both to a degree. But I also am going to say, if you're somebody that doesn't like Lilith, you very easily can just roll like Zertoria and not care. I can already tell you guys that. Like, just from the simple standpoint of Zertoria is just that strong. It's just kind of stupid. So it's like, to me, the choice is yours, right? I think you could certainly apply the same in reverse. You could go after Lilith and not Zertoria. The only issue you're going to have is there's a 2-year gap there, basically, where it's like people are going to have Zertoria and be able to abuse her and use her for 2 years, and you're going to be waiting on Lilith. So, like, that is the downside to that sort of thing. But Cad, she's hot. Yeah, like I said, taste is always the ultimate determinant. I will not be skipping Zertoria. There you go. Her animations are pretty nice. Yeah. And what if a better unit releases than Lilith in those 2 years? This is the problem with this sort of crap. I understand, right? I just like, I've always told people, it's like, don't get caught looking at JP, because it's basically like getting caught with your pants down. You're just going to sit there and you're going to go like, oh my God, I'm never going to roll this unit because this other unit's coming. And the game's just going to keep power creeping and power creeping and power creeping. Am I going to roll Lilith on JP? Probably not, because it's my JP, right? NA probably will. I guess Kentucky could have niches against Demonic. That'd actually be a pretty decent one for him to have. Just grab both, yep. I can get Zertoria and then save for Lilith, yeah. Like I said, to me, the fact that she's quick and Zertoria's arts means that there is just going to be a natural divide here where it's like, oh, I need an arts unit. Yeah, you're going to take Zertoria. Oh, I need a quick unit. Yeah, you're going to take her. Like, there will be scenarios that will be true, so... So overpowered, it makes every other unit kind of feel useless. I do think that there's an issue there. I do agree. However, I'm going to say that, one, I think people actually overestimate basically Zertoria's dominance to a degree. And two, I'm also going to say that I think time has kind of shown that only using one unit and one unit alone is objectively like one of the worst ways to play the game. I think like it's probably why when I see people just being like, oh, I just took Melis into this node. Oh, I just took Space Ishtar into this node. Oh, I just took like whatever. Like, it's fine. You can do that. But there is a point where I go like, it's the Buzz Lightyear meme, right? So it's like, yeah, you can keep using the one unit over and over again. I use my favorites a ton as well, but like variety is the spice of life. Like, go and like use other units because they're afforded to you, right? Like, don't just always use one unit. If you can get away with using another unit, do it. I think it's like, it's good. It saves your other unit for when like you really do need them. Like, if you're rocking the like 120 Zertoria or like say Melisson or whatever, right? Like, why are you going to use it when you can get away with killing it with like a level 80 Nyalter or like I don't know, like a Nezha or something like that? Like, you don't have to actually sit there and constantly do the same thing over and over and over again. I just find Zertoria more boring, too easy. That's fine. I think that's a taste thing. Like, some people definitely like to make the game good. I'm also going to say, to a degree, that's kind of a fallacious argument, because trying to claim that Zertoria somehow makes the game too easy when we just showed you that Lilith has the damage capacity of Zerktoria. It's like you're splitting hairs at that point. I heard Nessa, I need one. Yes. The more bond you get, the more mana prisms too. Yes. The main thing is supports are more consistently used most of the time. Yeah, that's where I think it's like it's a-okay to roll like both. Because like you're gonna hit a point where it's like, oh, my Castoria is actually just like sitting here at like bond 15. And then you're like, well, what do I do? Okay, well, maybe I need to like use my Scotties at times. So it's like, oh, okay, I can get away with using Scotty alongside Lilith here. That makes perfect sense. And you don't even necessarily need something like that. You can run her alongside numerous other supports here that could at least like enhance her damage. Because again, it's not like Scotty's adding to the refund value of this unit. It's a gacha game. If you're playing it for difficulty, it's kind of the wrong game, IMO. No, I kind of agreed, honestly. Like, it just is sort of going to be the way things are. Gacha games are naturally meant to be more collector and, like, collector and, like, marathon-style games rather than, like, hey, I just am playing this for the pure difficulty of it. I think, like, if you're playing for challenge, then, like, at this point, it's like, okay, then I better be like a free to play only. I better be like a like 3-star challenge guy or something like that. Like that would be how you'd get the most value out of it. Like talking about rolling the 5 stars, then at that point should be probably the furthest thing from your mind. Kentucky could finally get an upgrade to that first skill of his. One turn his ass. I agree with that. I think like the 1 turn duration on that needs to be looked at. And that would help his like 3-turn viability, but it's not going to help his overall like one-shot capacity. Gotchas are meant to be time killers. I disagree with that. And the reason I disagree with that is because I'd actually argue that like FGO wastes your time with story and like grindy events, so like literally like stuff like lottos, right? Otherwise FGO doesn't really waste your time. Like your day-to-day time in FGO is actually like pretty small if you want it to be. You could basically just run in, run out, do your three runs at 40 AP, spin down your whole bar, and you're good for like the next like 12 hours. And that might take you like 5 minutes, right? So it's like if you really wanted to, you could just have like a 10-minute day, and that's spending all of your AP in a day. If you just did 3 runs of anything and then converted the rest to blue apples, you're literally looking at like, God, 5 minutes less, right? Yeah, I really don't think FGO wastes your time. That's actually one of the things I really like about it. $10 of pure yapping with almost no payoff, and it has no story skip. Yeah, I think that's like one of the issues that I have is chat. Like FGO is considered to be one of, if not the best story game in like gachas, okay? And yet FGO allows you to skip the story. Think about that. Why is it that a game that has such good story allows you to skip it? As opposed to games that don't. And it tells you, it's like, yeah, again, I think they understand. It's like, play as you have the time. Keep that stuff where it's like, oh, if you have the time later, you can go back and you can look at it again and it's not a big deal. But like, why they don't allow you to skip in some of these other games, I've never understood. It salts me to no end because like, you'll have like this minor cutscene dialogue with some like off the wall NPC that you don't give 2 shits about. And it's like, no, you must sit through the 5-minute cutscene with this. And I'm like, bro, at the end of 5 minutes, I will care less about this character. Not more, less, because you made me sit through it. Where's the 37 game modes for FGO that most gachas have? Yeah, I think that's another issue. Like, we don't have to get bogged down in like comparing it to other gachas. Just that, like, I actually do feel like FGO is pretty good in that front. Don't get me wrong. I think like these games are designed to be a marathon in the sense that like you're not supposed to be able to complete them fast. But I think there's different levels. And I've said this before. FGO is developed on old school mentality. Here's how I know why, right? Like obviously people are going to be like, oh, well, of course it is, Cat. It doesn't have all these bells and whistles that these other gacha games have. Sure. Okay. The reason I'm saying it's developed on old school mentality is because old school mentality for video game design, chat, was make a good game, trust your player, trust that they will keep coming back. New age design is make a crap game and shackle your player. Now, admittedly, we literally just got one of these mechanics on NA, and that's Storm Pods. Storm Pods were a sign that maybe dev mentality is shifting a little bit, and that they regret the decisions that they made with Blue Apples. But Storm Pods are an attempt to shackle you to the game. But this is how I see so many other games designed, like, through and through, all the way from top to bottom. And I'm like, yeah, if you make a good game, people will keep coming back. If you make a crap game and you try to force people to play it, they're eventually going to burn out. They're eventually going to see through whatever like highly polished like veneer you've put over the crap, and they're going to see the crap and they're going to be like, I'm done. And it is the way it is. I keep coming back to a bunch of PS1 games because they're good. Yeah, I like it is what it is, but I think like we saw, I think it was they said like what was it, like 70% of all gamers are PC, which is wild, by the way. And they said like of that 70%, like 70% of those people are all playing like games that are 5+ years older. I think there's a reason for that. Like, there's a reason that people are going back and consistently playing older games. Doesn't come close to the amount of chores other gacha games make you go through. FGO doesn't really have chores. Like it has like milestones you can complete to get rewards, but they're not like time limited. Which is one of the, again, it's another example of like, yeah, they actually did a good job with it. Older games are better. The new stuff is mostly a mess. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's hey, everything is games as a service. It's live service model, and that's where the shackling comes from. It's we need to keep you in our ecosystem because the second you're out of our ecosystem, you might not spend money. And if you're not spending money, then we can't continue to sustain the game. Or more importantly, we can't continue to milk the game and give it all to the shareholders. Need to buy 3-star foe for the next year and a half since we got a ton. It's not stacked. If you don't want to like burn anything, yeah, probably not. If you're gonna burn them, like Chad, I already burnt some of my foes because like I have all my units done. I don't need it. It is what it is. I think I calculated it's like, oh, I'll probably get like 5 stacks, and it may be 6, but like conservatively here, like 5 stacks of foes in the time period that we like get through summer, okay? Which means I need to save 4 stacks of foes because I need 9 units worth. And right now I'm currently saving 7. So it's like, I'm still preparing myself for, hey, what if I get another unit? Hey, what if I decide to roll a different unit? Like, is what it is. But all the other foes I got rid of. So.
For rainy days? No. Why would I? Like, chat, this is NA. JP, yeah, absolutely. NA? No, I know everything. Like, that's coming, so. I like Fate a long time before the game, like lots of others, yeah. Don't you have everyone in general pool? Probably some newer units I don't have. Oh no, there's definitely a unit from the general pool I don't have, chat. It's a name that I don't like to mention while we're rolling. Yeah, there you go. There's definitely a couple. The elephant in the room. The proverbial elephant in the room. Yes. Yeah, if you could, Evelyn, I'd appreciate it. This guy. I'm thinking about what I want to say here. Wait. Okay, that throws out what I wanted to say. I hate this buff. I mean to pass through invincibility? Yeah, pass through everything. And the other issue here too, chat, is that like this it's just 100%. It doesn't scale more. Like it's just no. Oh, by the way, Avalon, this is incorrect. I don't know if you have the capacity to change it, but fandom has this wrong. The order of the options is bad. Hey, Nick, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate it. I'm doing all right. My air conditioner is functioning again. So, do you actually have the capacity to change it? Before I record here. Yeah, if you don't want to mess with it, like if it's too complex, don't worry about it. But yeah, Lucario. Actually, let me go look. I want to be sure about this. Nice, Cody. Wait. Is it? Yeah, that's what I figured you were meaning, Kimba. In the Rare Prism shop. Have you purchased like all your old Mystic codes and stuff? That's usually a really good place to start. I recommend Sweet Crystal as another option. It's a very, very high value C, but it's 25 rare prisms for MLB. Um, and then honestly, like just for monthly stuff, I recommend like getting crystallized lures. I think Bond Grails, y'all just probably got 36 Bond Grails. You're probably okay for a while. I only got 8. You'll get more. Don't worry. Okay, found stuff to change. So it's 300% at NP5 is the damage reflection. Took me to the same page. Okay. I need your confirmation on something else, Avalon. Because I don't know if it's going to show it, and I really don't want to stick my foot in my mouth on this asshat. Any advice on surplus foes? Well, my servants are max foed already, and my inbox inventory are so full of them. I have enough for the upcoming servants. Yeah, I would tell you, like, count out how many you're gonna roll from like now until summer. And that's how many like you need to save. The rest, burn them. I mean, like, if you're talking like gold foes, don't burn those. Save those, okay? But like normal foes, if you have everybody foed already, like I said, I think there's 12 units releasing between now and summer. I'm only rolling like 9. So it's like I only need 9 sets of foes. But like someone might need 12. Yeah, there's always second archive. Especially, like, I think the reason a lot of people are asking is because they're concerned about box space due to the fact that they did a bunch of boxes in the lotto. So it be what it be, right? I'm full of 4-star experience too. Yeah. If you don't have anybody you want to like grail right now, go for it. How does this look? Let me look. Still looks the same. Oh, DM, sorry. Yeah. I think it's good. Yeah. No, that's fine. Perfect. All right, Avalon, one more thing. Can you tell me if this is actually true? AKA, is it actually the max HP minus the current? Or is it as Atlas states it, which is that it is a reflect damage received to all enemies? Because the difference is significant. Scenario 1, if it's max minus current, has a maximal value that can ever achieve, which is basically Anger's HP. Okay? Well, I say that. Anger's HP. Okay? The other
means that the guts can confer more HP to be lost and will result in a higher total to reflect. So it actually depends on my take on this, because if you can get more HP to reflect back, okay, there's maybe some value here. If you can't, this is shit. Time to test it? No, bro. I ain't sitting there. I ain't sitting there winding up with Angra all this time to test it. It's still garbage. Yeah. It's still not gonna help a whole lot, right? Because the real problem that you're gonna have is like, even with NP5 of him, right? Even with a 3 times damage multiplier, right? So 300%. Let's say Angra has, say he just has his base value, right? 7981. Actually, give him 8981. Okay, that's foes. I think that's a decent in between, because like, if you actually like Angra, you might actually lore or grail him, right? So you're looking at that. I'll even round it up. I'll say it's like 9k just for simplicity of math. That times 300% damage reflection means that the maximum Angra's NP can do is that. That's it. That's the maximum. You cannot do more than that, chat. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You could definitely, like, you could skew this by grailing him, by putting on the HP up Cs, like by giving him max HP from another unit. But it's like, that is the maximum you can make Angra's MP do, because you can't scale it with like, oh hey, I know, I'll Scotty buff him, I'll give him like Merlin crit buff. Like, none of that matters. You're not going to be able to do anything. He can't scale higher than whatever the HP you can give him. Okay? Honestly, they need to give this motherfucker King Protea's stacking regeneration buff of HP ups. They actually need to do that. That would actually be pretty poggers. Okay? Because if they did that, like, you could set things up where you purposely got him nuked on the right turn, and he took a whopping crap ton of damage with a bunch of HP up stacks. And it's like, okay, there you go. All right, I'm ready to record, chat. I agree. It doesn't matter. I think I've convinced myself. All right. So the devs decided to buff Angry Mango. And, like, I still don't understand it. I've been thinking about this since they did the buff, and I'm just like, on one hand, I do. Like, at face value, I get it, right? But on the other hand, I'm like, what are you doing? So let's talk about Angry Mango here. Again, the primary gimmick of Angry Mango, and probably the biggest one that sets everybody off, is the way that his MP works, which is that he reflects damage. Now, that damage can't be stopped in any way. It's literally going to go through every form of defensive buff in the game. So it's a really, really nice effect in that regard. But the issue at play here is that Angra's NP is ultimately limited by his health pool, and that is definitely a problem at this point. So with this buff, they decided to come back to his third skill here, which was originally Annihilation Wish. Then it was the End of the Fourth Night EX. And now it is the End of the Fourth Night EX quotations.
aka it doesn't change in name at all, but they buffed it again. And what they actually ended up doing here is they actually granted him an arts up that increases every turn for 5 turns, just as the same way his quick up increased. So it's basically the exact same effect as the quick up. It's just now on his arts cards, which is good because this at least like impacts more of his deck than it did before. But they come in here and they also grant him NP charge. Now, that's significant. It's 30% more because it's going to help him get to his NP, which means, hey, there you go. You have the capability of actually getting to an NP easier. The question begs, though, if we can't really scale Angra's NP damage with, like, more buffs to him, I mean, I guess you could give him HP up, but it's like, you can't give him like, oh, hey, I know, I'll give this guy some sort of steroid to increase his damage output for his NP. That doesn't work. So it's like, if that's the case, we can't scale it up, then obviously just running something like K-Scope makes perfect sense on him, right? Like, wouldn't that just make sure that, like, he already has his NP and we can fire it off since we don't care about damage scalability too much there? And the answer is no, because the thing that you actually need to run Angry Mango with is Taunt. Angry Mango needs a Taunt skill, and they've upgraded him twice, and they still haven't given it to him, which is just wild to me that they haven't done that. Because, again, that is the entire premise behind why you need to give him charge, just because you're probably having to run a Taunt Craft Essence on him. And therein lies the problem that you end up having here, is that the devs had to come in and give him an easier way to get to his NP, because you ain't getting there normally unless you're going to end up having the ability to charge him. So that's what it feels like a lot of this is designed to do. And what they're trying to do by granting him new guts effects here, because you guys can see they actually gave him 3 options. I had to ask Avalon to come in here and edit the fandom page because they actually got the order of this wrong. But the way it kind of works here is you're going to have 3 options. There's actually going to be 4 buttons on screen here. I'll actually show it to you. So basically the way this is going to work is that you actually end up having the first option here being just a cancel, a back out. The next option here being no effect. The second option being the 50% HP guts. And the last option being the 1 HP guts. So Fandom had it inverted, basically, with the no effect being the third one. But regardless, I digress. I think that's what the devs are trying to do here. They're trying to give him more capability to survive to the point that he gets his NP off, but they're still not giving him the tools that he actually needs to succeed as a unit. We were actually just talking about this here before this point, because you can see he also grants himself a delayed buff, basically to sacrifice himself after 5 turns. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to make him like nuke himself down. This is going to probably make the 1 HP guts his best option so that he can get himself killed, so that he can actually get the most HP value out of it. Because you guys can see the damage formula on his NP works by virtue of his maximum HP minus whatever his current HP is the amount of damage that will get multiplied. If you're lucky enough to have NP 5 of Mango, it's going to get multiplied by 300%. If you don't, it's going to be multiplied by even less. But if you take something like, say, about 9k HP, which would basically be Mango's base HP, again, like with some foes and stuff on him for attack, or sorry, for HP, at that point, you can say, like, okay, it's about 9,000. You can multiply that by 300%. You're only going to get 2,700, or sorry, 27,000 HP here. So that's going to be the issue that you're going to have, is that you're not going to get a whole lot out of this. It's not really going to do a ton of damage. So at the end of the day, HP at the start of enemy's turn minus HP at the end of the enemy turn. Found that now. Okay. Yeah, so it pretty much confirmed. We had a question there because actually Atlas, ironically enough, states that it's reflect damage received to all enemies. And the reason this was significant, the reason that I was asking about that and making sure that the formula was the way it was because I knew there was going to be a little bit of an issue here, basically, with, okay, well, what if we can get more HP out of the guts? That maybe gets it some value. But I think the reason that the guts is set that the way it is actually basically to get you guys, again, maybe some more survivability to even get to the NP in the first place. This is maybe considering the possibility of you running him with another form of guts somewhere else in the party or via a craft essence or something on him in order to be able to do that. So I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to set him up to be able to sacrifice himself, trying to be able to set him up in order to be able to, again, like, just be able to actually get an effective NP off. But the issue at play here is they still haven't given him the taunt. I was saying before, I actually think one of the coolest things that they could probably do with him with an additional buff maybe in the future would either be to give him taunt, like we've already mentioned here, or to maybe give him some sort of like King Protea like regeneration effect where he gets HP over time, over turns, so that he can actually stack that up and then try to like get him targeted on a turn where an enemy's gonna NP, maybe with his guts up, and then him be able to reflect a ton of that back. He's gonna get a whole lot more damage out of that rather than, you know, like, hey, some dinky measly, like, you know, again, 9k HP multiplied. So I think that's what they should be doing with him in the future. I'm not saying Angra has to be the most broken character or anything like that. I understand he's supposed to be weak and wonky, but I a little bit still, even after this buff, I'm wondering what they're doing with Angra and why. And let me know what you guys think. Do you guys feel like I hit the nail on the head with this, or do you think that there's maybe something else that they're trying to do here? And if you could change Angry Mango with a future buff, how would you change him? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys for the next one. Okay. Hello, Ventas. Today I learned Angry Mango got buffed. He did. He just got buffed on JP. It's a really weird one. Yeah, it's all the like HP stacking, right? Yeah. The maximum damage you can make an Angry Mango NP do is 95k. Oh my god. That's so crazy. Hope you're enjoying the avalanche of rewards for OC1. I have been enjoying the avalanche of life. It's just been a hectic couple of days for me, but I'm finally back, finally able to stream again. So I hope you've been doing good though, Ventos. What you guys been up to today? Like a quarter of a Super Orion Buster crit? I mean, like, 95k, I'm gonna say, is like at least respectable to a degree. The issue at play there is that's involving special circumstances and a lot of hyper stacking. As opposed to, yeah, if you're just like, what's the word I'm looking for? If you're just like conventionally farming with a lot of other units, you can do far more than that, right? Taunt plus guts is finicky, I can already tell you that. Yeah, that I know. How class core works in pouring XP into Draco's gullet? Nice. I have a couple of videos if you need to figure out anything more on class score, but it's overwhelming for a lot of people at first. A lot of people have been kind of scared that they're going to do something wrong. You got plenty of time to figure it out. You don't have to pull the trigger on it right away. And frankly, I think you're fine. I don't think you're going to have too much of an issue. JP has apparently said that they're going to let us reset class score at some point before the end of like Ordeal Call. So I think even if people are worried that they've made a mistake, you'll probably be okay. It's the sphere grid for Final Fantasy X. Yeah, I said the same thing in my video for it. It's like if you've ever played Final Fantasy X, or you've ever played Path of Exile with their like skill tree and stuff, very similar. Class score choice is obvious for me. I'm going to guess assassin. I think that's probably a decent good. How did you know? Oh my god, I can't believe I got it right. I'm doing Zerk right now. Yeah, a lot of people will do Zerk. And like I said, I think the reason that I've mentioned to people doing Zerk is because obviously Zerk can be used in a lot of like scenarios. But to me, it doesn't have to be something like Zerk. class score is really heavily like karting loaded. So anybody that you feel like you're going to do a ton of karting with is going to make for a great class score. Like, it's one of the reasons that I was like really waiting to get like the ruler one, because I wanted Bunny to get it. Because Bunny with her card shuffle and her party wide crit damage and like all that karting there. Oh, heck yeah. Assassin all the way for me right now. Yep. Oh, god damn it, Avalon. Of course. Yeah, because you would want to do foreigner otherwise, right? Yeah, I think in general, chat, you can't really go wrong if you just class score your favorite units or your grailed units, right? Like, Lancer for the crit memes with Van Gogh Minor, nice. Saber just for Barcast? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Only wrong choice to let the mats gather dust. Well, hold on. That's kind of how my JP works. I still use them, but like, I'm definitely patient with how I go about it, because I just go like, I don't necessarily have the materials for this right now. But like, yeah, I think it's like, chat, don't be afraid of it. Just dive on in. There's really nothing you can do wrong with it. The only thing you maybe have to make decisions on are the unlockers, and that's just because they're kind of restrictive with some of those. The tier 1 and tier 2 unlockers, you'll get plenty of those over time. It's the tier 3 ones. You only ever get a couple of those, at least as of right now. I think JP will probably eventually give us a campaign where, like, probably here closer to the end of Ordeal Call, they're probably going to go like, okay, here, we want everybody to get class score done. Here's a bunch of the unlockers. Go ham. I'm going to bail and get myself food, but hope your stream is excellent. Thank you. Appreciate the raid, and welcome everybody from Ventos to stream. Guys, if you haven't checked out Ventos, make sure you go do so. He's a fantastic streamer, good buddy of mine. They're going to let us all do them eventually. I think so. I think eventually that will be the goal, is to like complete class score. I think they said it's going to take like, their calculated numbers is like it's going to take 3 years. So that makes sense. Maybe she's mostly statues, yeah. I mean, admittedly, the lotto just had, like, every single statue and monument type in the game. So, obviously, you didn't get too many. You got, like, 20 of each. But, hey, it's like, there's definitely been worse in regards to that. I think they'll give some out for Annie. Yeah, probably. Had to do the unthinkable and burn my 5-star embers? How? I need a lotto bad on JP at the moment. Listen, chat, I don't need a lotto on JP. I need life to slow down, please. I feel for you, I really do, but please. Find raids for JP then? That's worse. I won't even have 2 weeks for that. Kiri Rin, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Why not waste them all on a unit? Yeah, it is what it is. I've been thinking about grand candidates. Yeah, honestly, this next month we're gonna get. Well, sorry, like I say, this next month, May here, we're gonna get the grand system chat. So your guess is as good as mine as to like what all that's gonna entail at this point. We've talked about a whole lot of theories, but I don't know. Where do you emulate FGO? I'm afraid of getting a ban. I don't emulate it at all. I have my phone. I was gonna say emulation won't usually get you banned. Usually the only things that'll get you banned are like hacking the server, real money transactions outside of like approved Aniplex stuff. Yeah, I agree with Avalon. If you ever have to talk to support, don't tell them that you emulate, but you should be fine. Yeah, I think some people use Scrippy. I think others use BlueStacks. What's the one you use, Avalon? Because I can't remember. LD player, yeah. I think several other gotcha games play on like LD and BlueStacks, so I don't get why FGO cares if you're emulating. I don't think it really does. But I think it's like it's always been a touch and go topic. People have wondered for years if the devs like secretly hate it, and I'm like, I don't think they do. It's just there's a lot of like conspiracy theories. You don't need more of a reason than that. You're not wrong. Okay, so chat, y'all were asking me to do some of the ordeal call stuff here. So which one? Play was asking me to do one, but I don't remember which one it was. Was it a fresh blood? Undersea Fairy Tale was this? Oh, this the one that I think it is. That's Mr. Merman, yeah. Dumb Hawaii. I don't have the storm pods at the moment. Yeah, there's plenty of people that play on emulators. Don't worry about it. I'm dead serious. The only reason I don't play on emulator is because this game has transfer codes, and I would hate having to transfer between an emulator and my phone during my workday because I don't trust the transfer code system too much. I try to use it as minimally as possible. JP still has transfer codes. They just also have binding. Nice, Jeff. Congratulations. All right, I gotta go, chat. I gotta go look at this note. Like, where is my crap? Oh, someone just linked it to me. Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't seeing the challenge page. I was just on the Olga quest. North Oceania. Okay, so you have your boss is a lancer, and you have several high HP sabers. This honestly screams like a pretender would be pretty good here, but let's see. So you've got hermit crab troops that apply target focus permanent unremovable to themselves and grant the other enemies 95% AoE NP damage resistance while they are alive. Dark Brothers have an unremovable buff that applies 100% crit chance. One hit, one turn to themselves at the end of every turn Merman General of Thousand Violent Waves has a high chance of casting a special skill that fully charges their NP gauge on every action. Oh my god, yeah, this one's annoying. How did I do this on JP? Yeah, I was honestly thinking of Draco because she has the ability to like hit both of them. But I've been told Draco's bad. To wipe out all but the big guy? No, I think I'd rather wipe out the big guy first. Isn't Servant a real power mod? No, it's no real super effective. Still got power mod. Or rather, still got effectiveness, right? Just use Saba? No, AoE's bad here. Wait, do you have to clear the others? Hold on. Not the way I'm reading it, you don't have to kill the sabers first. Oh, the crabs have taunt. Oh god, yeah, sorry. I forgot about that. I just skipped that in my brain and just went straight for the AoE NP damage one. Okay, so then oh god, I can think of a JP unit that I would use here. I wonder how death proccable they are. They're death immune. No. Wait. Quest took me 55 turns. Yikes. Understandable though. Yeah, it's easily the hardest one, I agree. Wait, what? No. Game. Game. Thank you.
Okay, let's try it. I thought AoE was bad. Chat has confirmed that I basically have to AoE. So that's... I was sitting there thinking, it's like, oh no, I can just hard target. The answer was, no, I can't. Okay, let's mighty chain this. The chat, I have an NP5, so this is at least reasonably stacked in my favor. But I'm more worried about the boss. This fight doesn't look fun. I mean, keep in mind, chat, you can also seal and stuff, so... Oh, he's one enemy. Okay, sorry. I thought he was AoE. So you could actually set this up with taunts and it would probably go easier. I didn't understand that. Yeah, whatever. Drop into a invincible comp here. But he is gonna buff strip somebody. Yeah, this is from Summer 5, I think. Hello, Graven. Sorry, Gavin. There's easier or harder than this one. This one's arguably the hardest one. Oh, you little bastard. Yeah, he also removes buffs with attack.
Also, Invuln Pierce chat. Oh my god, bro. This is a sitting duck scenario. Backline Benny? Yeah, I just didn't set it up right for that. If I can get to the Benny before all the supports die, I'm fine. But I'm also, chat, I'm gonna say it's like a little bit set it up to like handle the first half and then set it up to be able to handle the back half. And if it ends up that way, it ends up that way. That's just bad RNG. It is. It's just been one day. My QP's already gone. It happens. How many boxes did you do in the lotto? What team would I go with if not this one? Like I said, I would just try to probably set it up to actually use command seals if you really had to. I would basically set up an AoE team to be able to take out the front wave, and then something to transition to on a revive. But at that point, I think that's really what they're trying to get you to do, is they're trying to get you to use the 2 support setup, where you've got like support 1, support 2. Then you've got a middle damage dealer, and then you have damage dealer number 2 in the wings that you rotate in for against him. So it's like, as long as you have an AoE capable of killing those sabers there at the beginning, and then maybe following up and finishing off the berserkers, like 2 NPs out of them, you'd probably be okay. From there, it doesn't really matter too much what you transition into. At least I think. As long as it's capable of killing him. Binienma is a good choice, because Binienma basically does have the buff removal resistance. I'm just debating how I want to do this, because if I can manage to get her specifically killed, things work out a lot better for me here. I maybe should have gone for the John card, but whatever. At least his NP doesn't hurt too much. That's actually like the saving grace of it. Like 14k is actually a pretty livable number in a lot of scenarios. His MP hurts more though. Yeah. Will we get a Binienma welfare? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I'd actually like to see Benny get flushed out a little bit more. 120? Yeah. Yeah, at 100 you'll feel an actual like difference in your account, but you can very quickly like use up the resources from 100 boxes. My god, bro. Please kill middle Castoria. Holy crap. This is not the type of stall I wanted to do. Him with the perpetual invuln pierce is kind of annoying too. Bro, please stop focusing on the people I don't want you.
Invincible comp variant coming in clutch. Well, we're managing to like stave him off, but it's having the inverse effect here. Oh, thank you for the instant charge. Bro, what the fuck? What are you doing? Hundred turns later, this boss is dead. Yeah, like I should have set it up, and I knew it too. I should have plugged into the 6 slot for the Castoria instead of plugging into the 4 slot. I sat there and I thought about it. I was like, I'll probably be fine. And then I was like, damn it. Of course, I had the thought, I didn't do it, and it came back to haunt me. Yeah, Trung Sisters could do really good here. You could also probably get away with like Dioscuri in the same vein. Kind of got to use my Castoria here. The hilarious part is I have so many Lady Avalon MPs rolling. So many. Like, he's damaging me, he's stripping buffs, but it's like, bro, you ain't getting shit. He really wants to kill left Castoria. Why? Kill middle one. God damn, dude. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh. Okay, it's actually a decent offense turn. We're actually going to do it like that. Bro, he has just had a hard-on for left Castoria. Rinstu feels like it. Left Castoria is my Castoria, chat. It's the one with the level 100 Prisma Cosmos and is 120. So that's why I'm like, stop hitting her, hit the shit Castoria that doesn't have Prisma Cosmos and is only level 90. But he's like, no, I must kill left Castoria. It's like, we get it. Holy crap. Paper Moon theme goes hard, by the way. I can't hear it. It's just funny that this is actually working. Like, this really has no business preventing him, but it is. Like, he's designed to counter this to a degree. I guess, like, the only thing that he doesn't have is he's not AoE. If he were AoE, that would just be so disgusting a little bit. He's got Invuln Pierce, so that's not going to go anywhere. He could charge an NP this turn, which is really not what I want.
Yeah, usually anything you do will spend QP. FGO knows, I know. Oh wait, no, he couldn't have gotten to his MP. I forgot he was actually like blanked on that turn. Your master skill's probably back up, Cad. Oh, that's a good point. It probably is. Cad's committed to the bit at this point. I honestly wasn't even thinking of it at this point. I'm just like, wait, it's working. Hold on. Hold on, chat. And she'll be gone in a turn? Right. That's exactly like why I'm waiting for my arts buffs to be back. Wait, he actually hated on middle Castoria, chat. He did it. Oh, I should have popped the Mystic Code for that, but I don't know. This probably won't do enough damage. I probably need another MP. Yeah. He can't MP this turn. Yeah, we only need to get to 50%, then we should be good. Okay. And that is GG. I'll do the Castoria NP first.
Just because I don't actually need the overcharge on it at 300%. Get chirped on, pretty much. Goodbye. What if this summer unit is Summer Benny Inma Adult? I mean, some people would probably really like it. All right, see chat? Easy. Nice, simple, smooth 23 turn. Nothing too bad. Hey, Jessa, thank you for the 18. Oof. Praying for you and your family. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. And I hope you have a good evening. Michael Jordan run? Yeah. Was it over? Yes. Yes, it's over. We did it, chat. So like I said, that's arguably the hardest one. Is there another one chat wants to see? We have Residue of Fresh Blood. And The Powerful and the Frigid Cold. Russia, I haven't done it yet. Okay. Russia. This one, yeah. Koyenskaya, Nikitic, and the Oprichniki. Which doesn't seem to have any mechanic, or at least they haven't written about it. With Tiamon, that's a good plan. Sounds like it's a kind of necessary play. Chat, do I need to protect from a noble phantasm? Or can I just go burr? Dobrynia gets invuln and pierce for a few turns. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck. Let me do it this way. Second break bar, she full charges NP. Oh.
wait, did I need to start out with Oberon? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Fuck. Well, we're gonna have to make it up with cards. All of her cooldowns go up even if you didn't use skill. Ooh. I'm not proud of this chat. But fuck it. You have 3 command seals for a reason. Gotta love the double NP charge there. Be a real shame if I stunned your ass. Like, goddamn, woman. Focus down Koyabi to avoid cooldown shenanigans. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Alright, let's see you live through this. What if you had order switch mash into taunt second round? I think the only problem is you would still have cooldown issues, and I wouldn't have gotten through the bar. So it would have turned it into, like, chat, I was faced with, do I accept what has happened and just turn this into a much longer fight? Or do I just command seal and tell the fight no? And I was like, I command seal. Like, honestly, it turned it into an easy 3-turn by doing that. I should have did what you did. Yeah, it, like, literally, I was like, no, fuck it. Stun plus command seal equals win. Sometimes that's what they're there for, chat. If you can make the fight significantly easier by doing it, why not? Edge loop with Kiara? Yeah, you can definitely do a lot of stuff like that. I think the only threat there was really Dobrynya with the multiple noble phantasms. And it's like, you saw just using OG plug suit and stunning her was like, no, no, you get none of that. You not get none of that. All right, chat. One last one. What is this one? This is the Ghosts one, you guys said? East Europe? Oh, this one's probably a long one, isn't it? Zuri, Zuri, Zuri! Yeah, I may want to do this tomorrow, just because, like, I don't want to get caught in another, like, 15 to 20 minute fight. I do not have ruler already. They're just like, bro, bring a rash, kill the first wave. Yeah, I see that. Wait, can you not just 3-turn it? You can if you don't get terrored. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody that's necessarily terror immune. Is there someone with mental debuff immunity? You have Doman? Yeah, I have Doman. I only have an MP2 though. I don't know if I can make him do enough. Does the terror hit the attacker or the whole enemy team? That's a good question. I'll give it a shot, chat. Let's try. Hold on. Why did I do that? I need Doman cards at some point in order to be able to 3-turn with him, because he has 100% himself. These two are 50 each, but he's only 70. Pinned his mana loading? No, I did. Self-destruct, John? Yeah. Alright, let's send it. Let's see. I was hoping I could cheese that into like a crit or something. Okay, that gets me maximal value. First break bar, special damage up on those with curse debuff. Uh, so the ghost is the issue. I wish I could like stun it or something, but I really can't. Ooh, yeah, I need to save the stun. Okay, that I didn't realize that he's just like unable to be damaged. Like, what the shit? Huh. Yeah, so I see why chat was talking about Habitrot now. Let's see. That might be a thing. Assuming I can fit it. Okay. The Kamikaze Comp, yeah. I think the target of her third skill has to be female in order to gain the beneficial effects. Yeah. Jesus. Now I kind of need to let it go for this turn. But if I have to, I might have to command seal his HP. He's stunned. Fuck. Oh, come on, buddy. Yeah, ruler mode definitely helps. I don't think I can do this. Not with this comp. If I had 3 command spells, I could. But not here. Actually, it would have been better if I had OG Scotty for this. It would have made my quick crits crit harder, and it literally would have made uh me have an NP to get through this. Yeah, there's nothing. Play it out. It's too much curse is the problem. Even if I command seal him to have full, he still just like freaking murders me. End it. I just didn't set this one up properly. He's Tie Sweet. Tie Sweet's probably not a bad one, actually. Well, it actually doesn't hurt that bad. I thought that would hurt way worse. I might have been able to get through that with a command seal. Maybe. He's dead. I'll be lucky if Oberon lives. Although, having the others alive means... I was gonna say it should limit what that dude does. He's dead soon anyways. Who cares? Send it. Send that shit, chat. Wait a turn? No, no, I'm dead anyways. Why is that slow in P? Have I just not used that version on an A? Come on. Okay, the Buster crits did work. The curse should also do work. But I still think I lose this. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. At this point, this is just to save my time.
Fuck it. Commit to the bit. Commit to the bit. Commit to the bit, chat. Yeah. Didn't even need it. No, I probably did, at least to make the Buster cards hit hard enough, but oh god, I'm not proud of that one. I'm not proud of it at all, but I made it work. Like I said, yeah, I think there were things we could have done way better than that. But now I don't have to do it again. So, is what it is. Anyways, thank you guys for being here tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we'll be doing. I'll come up with something. I got plenty of stuff I need to do. So, let me see who all is on tonight. Actually, not a whole lot of people on, which is surprising given all the news today. So, I'm gonna send you guys over to the Gotcha Gurus. They are playing some Repo. And again, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. If you guys haven't checked me out on the second YouTube channel, make sure you guys do so. Obviously, those of you guys watching on YouTube are already there. And again, vice versa, if you guys haven't checked me out on Twitch. So, I'll see you guys for the next one. Go give Gotcha Gurus my love, and have a good evening.